Good evening, everyone. It's Saturday, October 11th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. I realized I put up a surprise little new introduction video for you guys, but I realized it had no audio. Is that right? I think the way I processed it, I could see while it was playing that you didn't get the normal audio. That's all right. A little less of a surprise. If you could see that right away. Rob in the Discord, who's our AI person, he made some AI videos of the channel, and I'll try to sneak some of those into the intro. So you're joining me today, you can see, for a game called The Ghost in the Attic by a company called The Mystery Agency. They produce a bunch of escape room games. I think the most famous one, most well-known, is called the Balthazar Zone, the Balthazar Stone. They're all sort of deluxe escape room games with some props. You can see this one's actually comes in quite a big box. It's pretty heavy. And I'm very curious to see what it's like. It was recommended by someone on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. Let's do a little bit of catching up before I tell you a little bit more about the game. On Thursday, we played through a much lower budget escape room game called the Murder at the Albert Dock, the Mystery of the Albert Dock, the Vampire at Albert Dock. Quite good. I really enjoyed it a lot. Lots of very cool elements to that. And then tomorrow we will be playing the second letter in a new Dear Holmes series. And I think if you haven't joined me for the play-by-mail weekly Dear Holmes series, this one might be a good one to jump in on. You still have time to watch last week's. You need to watch last week's because this is a continuing letter, but there's been lots of interesting discussions of last week's letter, and I think the channel has cottoned on to some parts of what is going on, and it's making for some interesting discussion. That will be 1 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow, Sunday, October 12th. You should go watch last week's first. It's only an hour long, and tomorrow will be an hour long as well. As far as plans after that, in our October Halloween Spooky Game Marathon, we won't meet Monday or Tuesday, but then after Tuesday, we'll ramp up the schedule a little bit. I suspect we'll play Friday and Saturday of this week, maybe even Wednesday or Thursday, and then we'll start playing every Friday and Saturday and Sunday, and then maybe sprinkle in some games during the week as well. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to play next week. I think maybe we'll try one of the print and play escape room games that I have in the queue. I'm not sure, but we'll be building up to playing The Root of All Evil around Halloween itself. We'll try to throw in some small games as well. Now, we are this channel is about 23 or so subscribers away from 5,000. It's kind of exciting. It's the 5th year anniversary of this channel. I'm still not sure exactly how that will be celebrated, but what my current plan is to do a live Q&A next weekend. So if it goes like the rest, it'll probably be Sunday afternoon. I do hope you can join me for that. All right, let's see. What else is there to talk about? Let me remind the sort of arrangement that we all have here. You're gonna put up with me occasionally making a pitch for people to join the Patreon. Someone don't feel bad about dropping off the Patreon, and I won't, you don't have to feel bad for not joining, but I'm not going to feel bad for mentioning it occasionally. But someone new did join today, which is very nice. And it's the Patreon supporters that make it possible for me to buy games much more casually and easily than I would without the support, without the help from the Patreon supporters. Without the Patreon supporters, I wouldn't be able to purchase games as much. I wouldn't be able to just casually bring, especially the more expensive ones. And if you're not a supporter of the Patreon, that's completely fine, but you can join me in thanking the Patreon supporters for helping bring games to this channel. And it also means that we don't have to have any relationship with any publishers. We don't have to feel bad about saying negative things about a game when we don't like it. Everyone's happier. All right, now, the Mystery Agency. So as I said, they make 3 or 4, actually, I think 4. There's the Man from Sector 6, there's the Balthazar Stone, and there's one other Vanishing something. And they're all about $45, $50. You can buy them on their website. You can also buy them through Amazon. I think I probably picked this up through Amazon. And then the other thing that they've recently started doing, which isn't even on their website, is they're making these puzzle books, which are sort of narrative books. And you can see one on the shelf behind me here called The Museum Heist. And then there's a brand new one coming soon. So I do think we should check those out. I haven't played them, but they look interesting. And yeah, this is the first game we've played from this company, this series, so I'm very curious to see what it's like. So we're going to open it. We'll see how to play it. We'll play it. Now, I think we'll be able to get it done in one day. Let's take a look. Anything else to talk about? Anyone have any hobbies, projects they want to talk about? I wish you guys would share more of your lives here on the channel, projects you've been working on, etc. Nelson says it's Spain's National Day. Groot and Catherine were joining me in thanking the Patreon supporters. Doris has started making candles. There's a little candle making workshop store here in Champaign, downtown Champaign, where you can go and you pay to make candles. The one thing I can report is if you go to the candle making workshop or just visit them, your clothes are going to smell like candles for a week. Isara says, I've started learning video editing and graphic design. Okay, that's pretty cool. I have a love-hate relationship with the video editing. I mean, I hate Adobe. I really hate it. But I've written some serious plugins for Adobe Premiere, so I can't leave it. It seems like it's not a catch-22. It's like a double punishment. Like I've invested all this time and I've shot myself in the foot, and I get nothing from it. No one uses those plugins but me. That's not quite true. There are some people using some of my Adobe Premiere plugins. They've been featured occasionally. All right. Well, let's take a look at Ghost in the Attic here. Now, let's take a look at the details. This reminds me a little bit of Morrison Game Factory in that there looks like there's an actual game inside it, but I've been told it's not like Morrison Game Factory. Now, here's the part I want to point out here. 2+ hours, that maps to about 6 hours on stream time for us. That's what's doable in a day. Now, players. Okay, it actually does say, why does it say, wow, I guess that's a 6. 1 to 6. Okay, somewhere I thought it said 2 players, and I was gonna complain about that, but I guess here it does say 1 to 6. All right, let's just open up this box and see what we got here. All right, welcome to the Mystery Agency. Encloses a mystery that needs solving. Scan here or visit the QR code. Select solve. Okay, and then select solve the ghosts in the attic. Enter this password. Start the clock or choose to solve in your own time. You go to the solve page to start the game on the website. That's a little odd. Top tip, if you don't write on the documents, you'll be able to reset the mystery and give it to a friend when you're finished. Okay, that's quite nice. All right, so you've got an envelope, a little newspaper at the start. It feels like a newspaper. It looks like a newspaper. Okay. May 24, 1956, Columbus Evening Times. The real ghost in the attic. Major toy maker recalls 500 board games. Okay, let's read this together. Successful toy and game manufacturer Brogue Brothers Entertainments announced yesterday that it was recalling all 500 editions of its board game, The Ghost in the Attic. Edward and Lawrence Brogue are the creative force behind several of America's most played board games, including Avenue 6, Yeehaw, and Flippin' Frogs. Their latest offering, The Ghost in the Attic, looks set to be just as popular, selling every unit of their manufacturing run in just 3 days, but then things took a turn for the worse. There's the brothers there. The Brogue brothers are an ambitious pair. Edward Eddie Brogue, the elder by 4 years, certainly brings the brains to the business, having graduated from Yale in 1921 with a first-class degree in chemistry. Lawrence, meanwhile, delivers the graft, having developed a strong work ethic in his 3 years in the Merchant Navy. "We've always loved playing games together ever since we were young," said Lawrence at last year's Chicago World Fair. "And now we're so lucky because we get to create the games for other people to play, other people to enjoy." The Brogue brothers put much of themselves into their work, so much and so, in fact, that they based 2 of the characters in The Ghost in the Attic, the scientist and the sailor, on themselves. And when the 2 needed a name for the game's grumpy ghost, they looked no further than Walter, a grumpy worker at our assembly plant in Wichington. But this harmless joke was to be the first step down a dark and disturbing road for Edward and Lawrence Brogue. On April 6th, just 2 days after the board game went on sale in the USA, a Brogue Brothers employee passed away. The company released no statement, but reporters for this publication learned days later that that employee was none other than Walter, and that he'd been found dead in the attic of his home in South Alam Creek. The Brogue brothers and their staff were shaken by the dark synchronicity of this and announced the next day that, out of respect for Walter, we're canceling plans for the second and larger manufacturing run of The Ghost in the Attic, and are retiring the game from our range with immediate effect. This appeared to be the end of the story until April 20th, when a call was received by the Winshaw County Police Department in Florida. The call was from 31-year-old store worker Emily Reynolds, who had returned home from work to find her husband dead at the foot of a folding ladder leading to their attic. The couple had bought The Ghost in the Attic from their local toy shop that week and had played it the night before. A spokesperson for Brogue Brothers Entertainment said, It was with great regret that we heard about the death of Mr. Alistair Reynolds in Florida, and we offer our sincere condolences to his family. But this is a tragic domestic accident and really nothing to do with Brogue Brothers Entertainments Incorporated. This was only the first of such incidents. Within 3 weeks, no less than 7 deaths had been reported to police departments across the USA, where the deceased was discovered having fallen from an attic ladder or stairwell. In each case, the deceased had played the game just hours before their death. Brogue Brothers announced on May 9th that it was recalling all editions of The Ghost in the Attic and began making active attempts to track down all 500 of the units sold. The firm states, most of the games have been sold at local toy stores who naturally kept no record of their buyers, so we are relying on press statements such as this to get the word out. If you purchased a copy of Ghost in the Attic, do not play this game. Seal the box shut with packing tape and return it to our factory address, Brogue Brothers Entertainments Incorporated, 1401 West Belford Avenue, Wichington, Ohio, 49351. So far, of the 500 games sold, 84 units have been returned. The rest sit in cupboards, on shelves, and under beds across America, waiting to be played. Okay, and then on the newspaper, we have a photograph of the Brogue Brothers Entertainment Assembly Plant in Wichington. This is 1956. There's our picture of the brothers again. Lawrence on the left, Eddie on the right. And we've got a little picture of the stock of Ghost in the Attic as it's been returned. So we may have a supernatural case in front of us here. People killing themselves after playing the game. Creepy. And it's been recalled. So are we going to have a copy of the game in this box? And look what's on the back of this newspaper. Lots of little ads. Rusty Anchor Beer, Watson's Helmets, Spiritual Services. Let's see. Need gambling tips today? You need the Oracle. Never wrong yet. Consultation fee $4,000. Yikes, that's expensive, especially for 1956. What's this Spiritual Services? Hugh DeCat Spiritual Services. Have you lost a loved one? Book a seance with Hugh for a joyful reunion. Only $4. So I see something common to all these ads. They're all priced. They all have a price. Watson's Helmets are only $7. Rusty Anchor Brew is $8 a crate. The Billsman's Hip Flask, $12 with complimentary engraving. Okay, so clearly we've got prices on everything here. Anything else jump out at you? Here is a little $40 for the lot, secondhand collection of telescopes, and a phone number. We've got some ventriloquists here. Columbus, Ohio's funniest double act, Chalk and Cheese, back from their sellout tour, live at the Lincoln Theater, June 3 to July 4, admission $5. All right, so that's gonna come in for something at some point. Let's see what else we've got under the draw here. Whoa. There is the game. It says do not open. It's chained up with a lock. All right, let's get this out of here. Okay. So that's it. At the start. Now, should we be going to the website? That's the question to start out. But look, it's locked up. All right, now there is something here, though. But we can't get into this game without figuring out the code. But I see here that this says password. Is that right? Password? Password, yeah. And you know what this is. This is this writing that you have to tilt. It just says the secret password. The secret password. That looks like there might be like a little equal there, or is that just an artifact? The secret password. The password and then the secret password. That's weird. Okay, so let's take a look at what else we observed. There is something else. Game 372 of 500. And then we've got a code here that looks like Sherlock Holmes' Dancing Men cipher of some sort. That goes around the box. Okay, and then the lock has a 4-digit code. I see. This is the 2 to 4. The 2 to 4 players is Ghost in the Attic game. All right, how are we going to get into this? Where are we going to get a 4-digit code? Is there something we're not gathering about this? This secret password. The secret password. Okay. Anything else on this box look like a code? Not really. Let's take a look at what else we see on the box, because there is more. So look, we've got colored windows here. Let's just see what more we can observe. We've got colored windows here. Blue. Looks like maybe blue, green, orange, yellow, or something like that. Can you clear the attic without waking Walter the ghost? And then anything on this lock? Not really. Let's think. Well, there's also the website that we haven't been to that it wanted us to start at. That might give us something. The chat, remember not to, if you figure something out, don't give away the answer, but you can say I figured it out and ask if you want to. Okay, so one big thing that I thought of that the channel is pointing out is that when you look at this and we see it says the secret password, the chat is saying that this could be one of these things. You can see it's got stuff that we don't really get, and saying, what if you look at it from different angles? Okay, well, I don't see anything from this angle, but actually it does look like 180 degrees, we might see a word. So this is the secret password upside down, but it looks like this might say something. Aha. Yes, okay. Is the word Sphinx cat, it looks like it says. Is the word Sphinx cat? Okay, so I think we've figured out that the secret password is the word Sphinx Cat. That sounds like maybe we are going to be putting that in the internet page. So let's just write down Sphinx Cat. I guess we're going to go to this this website that it wanted us to go to. I didn't think we were going to be dealing with the internet so soon. I thought we were only going to need it for hints, but let's see. Could the password be the significant year from the story? It certainly could. But let's not guess at things unless we really run out of alternatives. Okay, let's try to go to this website. Is there a QR code? There is, but I'd have to pick it up. The mystery agency solve. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So much for jumping to that. Okay. Seems weird to call this page the solve page. Okay, enter your mystery. Here we go. Ghost in the Oracle. What is the Oracle? Never heard of that one. All right, and then it wants a password, which this box tells us is uppercase Witchington. Okay, welcome agent. Please choose how to solve this mystery. We're going to solve it in our own time without a clock. Okay, so start. Okay, to solve this mystery and prove you have faced the ghost, enter Walter's last word. So that's it. It's just for solving it. So it has nothing to do with... I don't know why we've got this thing covering up the bottom of this page. Okay, so but this is first clue start here. All right, this is a little bit troubling because is it saying that that's a hint, or is this little envelope on the bottom something we... Use our hints file if you get stuck. I don't think that's the hints. I'm going to click on this and then I'm going to be plenty angry if this is a hint. I'm going to click on this thing here that says first clue start here. Dear agent, you are extremely brave to take on our scariest mystery yet. I hope you can solve it. The enclosed newspaper article gives you some background. I'd start there. All we know so far is that the haunted board game, The Ghost in the Attic, was released in America in the mid-1950s. And until the ghost is banished, no one who plays the game is safe. Fortunately, you don't need to play the game to solve the mystery. To solve it, you need to banish the ghost by helping it complete any unfinished business it might have. To prove the job is done, enter the ghost's final message into the mystery agency computer. Also, when this item came into our possession, it had this note stuck to it. I hope it makes more sense to you than it did to us. Good luck. And then we've got Neil Survey, Chief Custodian, the Mystery Agency. Okay, so it had a note stuck to it, and the note said, careful, this game's got teeth. Careful, this game's got teeth. Okay. Not sure how that helps us. So that's our clue. That's it. It seems like everything else we should know. And then when we looked at this, we saw that it seems like there's nothing from that angle. From this angle, it says, is the word Sphinx cat. And then this is the angle that says the secret password. So the secret password is Sphinx cat, but that does not help us figure out a 4-digit code. Now we could try the year of the newspaper. Is it really going to be that simple? We could try 1956. Is there any... I hate to just guess at these things. I mean, they one graduated in 1921. Feels like, why would it necessarily be the year? And why would we... I mean, we can certainly try it. In most of these cases, we tend to try things before, the easy, obvious things first. I just wish there was some reason. Well, okay, we will try the year of the newspaper when this story came out first. And we'll hope it's not this. I hope it's something deeper, but let's see. Okay, so it's not 1956. That's good. Oops, that's good. We don't want it to be 1956. Just make sure I put that in right. 1956. Okay, so it doesn't seem to open with 1956. Now, what logic do we use? Maybe we need to look at this again. The channel says, what about the toothpaste, since it said this game has teeth? All right, let's take a closer look at all of these items here. So we've got combs. Combs have teeth. Be neat, be employable, be combed. Send your order to 1171 North Broadwick Street. Okay, well, I do see here 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of combs. It looks like we've got 3, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, is it going to be those teeth numbers, like 3, 8, and how many do we have here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 4, is that right? Definitely 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. 3, 8, 9, 4. All right, let's see if that's it. This game has teeth. Still doesn't feel all that logical to me why that would be it, but it would tie into that first clue. Okay. So that was it. It's the combs on the teeth on the combs. We still haven't used Sphinx Cat yet, but we have opened the box. Not really. The setup is there a haunted board game. Those who play it die. We need to help the ghosts. Okay, I see. Sorry I'm late. Jonathan's just filling in Crystal. Now, we shouldn't play this game. because we don't want to die. But we've got the chain, we've got the lock. Now, I guess we're going to be using these throughout the game. Let's keep that in mind. But now we're going to open this. And let's remember, if we're keeping a list of things we haven't made use of, right? We've got the dancing men on box border. And we've got the Sphinx cat password. All right, let's see what's in this box now. All right, so like the old days, the rules are taped to the box. Wow, someone has written a creepy writing on the side that says, "Don't make a sound." And then the rules are here, along with the characters. Let's get a closer look at this here. So the characters are the stargazer, the sailor, the snooker player, and the scientist. And we're told that 2 of these are based on our 2 designers. I forget. Well, I know the scientist is one. The other one was the sailor. Okay, the sailor and the scientist are based on our game designers. And what have we got here? All right, let's read the rules. Ghost in the attic. Patent thing. Aim of the game. The aim of the game is to collect all of your belongings without waking up the ghost in the attic. The first player to collect all 3 of their belongings and get back to their home square wins the game. The closer you go to the haunted trunk where Walter the ghost sleeps, the more likely you are to wake him. But the further you stay from the trunk, the longer it will take you to collect your belongings. Rules of play from 2 to 4 players, and then the S is underlined. In fact, I can see a bunch of letters are underlined. W, W, is WWW, then surely there's going to be a third W. This is going to be a website. Okay. Rules of play from 2 to 4 players. Contents included in this set is 1 attic board, 4 character counters, 18 creaky floorboard game cards, 12 attic objects, 1 numbered die, and 4 ghost dice. Okay, so each character has the 3 items they're trying to recover. And furthermore, you can see we've got the names of these items, but then there's some sort of equation here that says equals case reference number. So we're going to be able to compute a case reference number. Once we figure out the numbers for each of these, we can run this equation. Each character has 3 unique objects they must collect from the attic. The stargazer needs the telescope, the star charts, and the armillary sphere. Armillary sphere. No idea what that is. Anyway, so on. Preparation. Place the characters onto their starting squares, each character's objects onto their corresponding silhouettes on the board. Each character will have 3 objects to collect, 1 in each of the other character's home squares. Take and mix the creaky floorboard cards before placing them on their allotted space on the board. Okay, beginning the game. The youngest player starts the game, rolls the numbered die, moving the appropriate squares. Players then take turns in a clockwise direction. Continuing play. Players must collect their characters' 3 objects, get them back to their home square. Only 1 object may be carried at a time. The fastest route to some objects is through the center of the board, but the closer you tread to the haunted chest, the more likely you are to wake Walter the ghost. Ghost squares. If players land on a numbered ghost square, they must roll that number of ghost dice to determine if they have woken Walter. Waking the ghost. If you roll one or more ghosts on the ghost dice, you've woken Walter. You must place one collected object back in its starting position. Return to your home square. If you have no objects collected, you only return to your home square. Okay, now the creaky floorboards. If you land on a creaky floorboard, you must pick up a creaky floorboard card and follow the instructions on the reverse. How to win. The game is won by the first player to retrieve all of their objects and get them back to their home square. Okay, so it's a pick up and deliver, roll and move game. Don't make a sound is written here, and we can see the underlined letters are telling us about, it looks like a web page. All right, let's do that now. W. Where's the last third W? There's probably, maybe it's somewhere else. All right, I'll just write down the letters I see and we'll see if we can figure out which ones are missing. It looks like WW dot S P O S P Where did I see the SPO? Okay. It looks like it's the Y. I bet it's spooky. There's probably another O that I skipped over. K, Y, dash, by hyphen, N, R, N, R, that's weird. I think that's an I that's highlighted. That's underlined. Hyphen E R, not N R, E R I C A E C O M. Okay, so it seems like that E must be wrong. Maybe that was a dot. Eric C A square. It's a period, as one might expect. .com. Okay, so probably somewhere I'm missing a W. W dot. So somewhere above there's a W that I'm missing. And then this is going to be spooky. SP O. Okay, surely there's another O after this one. Oh, there it is. O. Okay, spooky.com. Okay, so I get www.spooky.com. But I see I'm missing the America. It's not Spooky Erica You see, you're saying it's Spooky America. So spooky hyphen A M E R. Okay, so I missed the M. I missed the A and the M. Okay, so I get www spooky hyphen America.com. Spooky hyphen A M E R I C A I C A.com. Okay. All right, spookyamerica.com. That makes more sense. So I'm not sure. It's a little unusual that this game doesn't say anything about use of the internet, but it's clearly has lots of use of the internet. Feels like they could have done that. They should have made that clearer. It wouldn't have stopped us from playing it, but it does seem a little misleading. Okay. All right, guys. I guess we're going to get the keyboard out if we had known it was so much internet. All right, spookyamerica.com. Spookyamerica.com, archiving America's ghostly goings-on. Hey, this is Nick Castlegreen. Thanks for visiting my site. Don't forget to recommend to friends. That's all I ask in return for access to the most comprehensive archive of spooky stuff ever compiled in the United States. We currently have over 905 unresolved spooky things in our database. Get involved, look up what you need, and recommend to friends. Okay, guys? That's all I ask. Latest update, HorrorCon 2004 is canceled due to low turnout. I can accept these cookies. Okay, case reference and password. Okay, so we already saw that the case reference is going to be this 5-digit code, but we don't know enough to solve that yet. However, I wonder if that's actually going to be the numbers here, because I see some familiar concepts. Here's telescope, right? We've got telescopes. We have like the anchor for a ship. We have the star map. We have something with maps. Okay, so I think pizza wedge. There's something that looks like a pizza wedge. Triangle. So I think that these numbers are going to map to the prices of things here. Yeah, there's a coat for dry cleaning. That's going to be like our helmets, ships, something like that. I think that's going to be right. Okay, so with that, we can solve and get the case reference. And then for password, we already figured out Sphinx the cat. So I think we can get into that. But before we do, let's just take a look at what else we have in this box. So we've got the game board. It's the game. It's the game. It's the game. there's the Ghost in the Attic game. Guess we'll just put this out. It's a big, thick, proper game board here. Let's take a look at it. Now, we don't want to play this game and end up cursed. So let's just take a look. We've got the starting location of the stargazer, the snooker player, the scientist, the sailor. There's the trunk where Walter the Ghost lives. And there are numbers all over here. There's the creaky 4-board cards. Look at them. Here are the game cards. Look at this. All right, now I see there's some writing on some of them. That's spooky. The next time you wake Walter, hold up the mirror, scare him back, and stay where you are. When you use the mirror once, return this card to the pile. Okay, I see also there's some writing on the front of these cards. It looks like maybe if we arrange them in a grid, we're going to get some writing. That's pretty cool. Okay, so we've got writing on the backs and then a couple words written on the front. Otherwise, these are part of the game. Then we've got the figures for each of the characters. Pretty cool. There's our characters. Nothing on the bottom. Then we've got oh, look, each of the items is a physical piece. And then there's the die that you roll to see if you wake up the ghost, I guess. So each of these items, like the telescopes, the clothing, is a physical little thing. Then we've got a bag. Oh, these are the dice. So in the bag, feels like not locked, it's just tied. Okay, in the bag are the ghost dice and some silica. Okay, so let's take a look at these dice. We've got a D6, standard D6 out of wood. Then we've got these ghost dice. It looks like on one side is a ghost, and then the others are all him sleeping. So you got a 1 out of 6 chance of waking him up. Everything else is just him sleeping. All the dice look the same. It's tempting to try playing this little game, but I don't want to get cursed. Okay. And then, is there stuff under here? There could be, but we're not going to look. I mean, we did just look, but we're not going to examine it because I frequently do that in these games, and it feels like you shouldn't until the game tells you. All right, so let's just put this stuff to the side. Anything on the back of this board? No. Anything obvious about solving it? Now, the other alternative would be, I guess, to using the ads would be as if there's some numbers on these items themselves. But there doesn't appear to be. Now, there is writing. I don't know if the green's going to work here with this. Okay, so what have we got here? We actually have numbers on the scientist's desk. Numbers and chemicals, potassium, iodine, and then we've got some numbers here. There's a 16. These are the starting shapes, the starting outlines where we would start stuff. So maybe we're going to use that at some point. There's some books with some writings. What does that say? I can't quite see it from this angle. It seems to say, let's see, well, let me turn it upside down. Let me see. We've got some other books with names. Let's see if there's any rhyme or reason to them. Rules of Snooker. Oh, they're just books related to that person's profession. Stars and Moons. And then this guy has a book related to navigation. Atlas. Okay. There's a photo there. Looks like of the designers and someone else. So remember the rules, how the rules work. If you want to walk by here, this is how many dice you have to roll of the ghost dice. So if you take the long way around, then I guess there's no real long way around. You have to end up going through the ghosts and rolling the dice. Okay. Let's take our first break here. Then we'll come back and we'll try to use the ads to get numbers for each of the items, to get us the equation, to get us the code to get into the website. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back and you're joining me for a playthrough of The Ghost in the Attic. We've gotten into this game that is cursed and causing people to commit suicide. We've noticed a bunch of things that we could work on, including writing on the top of these creaky floorboard cards, some writing on some of the fronts of these cards. I think actually this is probably just a hint to look at the back of the cards. It says the backs look on the backs. So maybe it's just telling, that may just be a reminder in case you missed that this probably spells out something. So we could work on that. We've noticed that there is an equation here that gives you a case file number, which the website wants, along with a password, and we have detected what we believe is the password on the tilted text. So I think maybe we should work on this code first, because I believe it's items here, or at least some of them are here. So maybe we'll get out our notes. Each of the items is represented by a physical object here. Okay, let's see if we can assign numbers to each of these. Let me just take a quick look. Is there a better way to do this? Maybe the green will work on this. Will it? I think it's too dark for it. Okay, let's just get the names of these and then we can use the physical objects. What have we got? Telescope star charts. Let me just line these up. We've got telescope, star charts. What looks like it says armillary sphere, whatever the hell that is. Maybe that's some term of art. Then we've got an anchor, ship in a bottle. Okay. Diving helmet. Yeah, sorry, it's clearly. Then we've got a pool cue. And then the triangle for billiards and the chalk. Oh, that's what that is. Then we have a test tube, a special kind of flask, and a lab coat. Okay. So there are our items there. All right, now let's see if we can find them here. Okay, so here's clearly Anchor Brew. What's the best way to do this so we can all see it together? Maybe put this aside. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, we can all see that. All right, so that's clearly Anchor for $8 a crate. Maybe we'll get telescope, map, the sphere, the anchor, ship and bottle, helmet. Okay, so anchor is 8. Okay, what about our telescope? Where are we seeing telescope? Trunks, ointments, combs, garments, ointment. Here is telescopes. $40 for the telescope. Okay, what about the star maps? Well, I guess maybe I'll just fill out the ones as I see them. The helmet is 7. This looks like it's ship in a bottle. That's $85. We've got the Q, the triangle, the chalk, test tube, the flask, and the lab coat. Okay, so I think this pizza is the triangle. That's $1. And here's chalk and cheese. That's the chalk for acoustic playing pool. Okay. Then what have we got? We're still looking for map, sphere, test tube, flask, lab coat. I mean, we've got coats here. And we've got dry cleaner, but probably coats, I'm thinking. I think that's going to be 29. What about our flask? What's this? Hip flask. Surely that's our $12 flask. Okay, so we need Q, test tube, map, and sphere. Which one is this? The Oracle. Spiritual services, seance. Right on cue. Receive your message right on cue. $1. So there's our cue. Okay, where is our test tube? Baseball. I wonder if this is our test tube here. $6 a tube. I think that's going to be our test tube. Now, the only one we're looking for, map and sphere. Map and sphere. Trunks. Leather suitcases. WD-30. Pesky creaks and squeaks. That doesn't sound right. What about this? Clean away. Marks. Be neat, be enjoyable, be combed. Victory baseball. Baseball is a sphere. The original and best. I wonder if this is going to be our sphere. Here, it kind of looks like that. The armillary sphere. So now the only thing we're missing are the maps. One more look at this. It is specifically a star chart, not a map. A star chart. Okay, where do we see a star chart? Stains will vanish into thin air. Four star dry cleaners. I think that's gonna be it right there. Okay, that would be it. Let's see what the chat has to say. 4-star dry cleaners, yes. Okay, sounds like we're all on agreement. The star says, according to Google, the armillary sphere is related to astronomy. Okay, so I believe we have all of our numbers now. Let's put them into our equation. Okay, let's see if we can get this where we can read it. Maybe we'll use a big piece of paper. I did see some text hidden on the left side of the Oracle advertisement. You think you see some text here, huh? Huh. Yes, that's very fishy. It does look like it's saying something. It looks like maybe we put that on the list of things to look into in a bit. All right, let's write this out. So telescope, star charts, and armillary sphere, which is 40, 2, 3, Let's see if I can do this so we can all see it together. 42.3, which I think just means 4,023, plus anchor, which we have as 8. Ship in a bottle, which we have as 85. I'm going to put little dots here so we know to separate them if we need to recover something wrong. And helmet is 7. Plus, now we have the Q, which is 1. The triangle, which is 1. And the chalk, which we said was 5. Plus the test tube, which we said was 6. The flask, which we said was 12. And the lab coat, which we think is 29. All right. 4,023, 8,857, plus 115, 6122961. 61229, that's a big number. Is this possibly right? Is really what it's asking for? These are weird numbers. Let's see if they add up to something sensible. 10, 15, 24. We'll have to double check this obviously with a computer in a second. 9, 10, 12, 2, 1, 9, 10, 2, 1, 13, 14, 4, 1. So that's what I get. Let's run it through a calculator. I did something wrong with the last digits in the last number. I don't know what you're saying. But it is 5-digit number. Okay. Did I do my addition correctly, or does anyone have a correction that I did wrong? 10, 15, 24, 2, 4, 9, 10, 12, 2, 1, 9, 10, 12, 2, 1, 5, 13, 14, 4, 1, 7. That looks right to me. I mean, obviously we can just try it, and if it doesn't work, then we can come back and try to fix it. But you do have a good point that we are looking for a 5-digit number, and we've got one. All right, let's try putting it in, and we'll see if it complains. 7, 4, 4. Sorry, 7, 4, 2, 2, 4. And then the password, what? Now there's a check mark here. Let's see if we put something else in, whether we lose the password. The check mark, no. No matter what, we get the check mark when we put in enough. Is that right? No, but, oh, okay. All right. So maybe it is saying that that's right. Okay. And then Sphinx. Boy, I wouldn't mind being able to see this. Sphinx. C-A-T. C-A. Oh boy, this is unpleasant. S-P-H-I-N-X-C-A-T. Okay, there are check marks. I don't know if that's meaning it's correct or it's the right length. Let's just try to hit enter here. Okay, so it looks like we got it right. And now we've got a new page. it's kind of weird that this game is so internet heavy without any warning that it was going to be. Okay, so we've put in the password at this site, and now we've got this, which looks to me like what we're going to be doing is figuring out which elements are in which circles and then spelling a word out of 4 circles, 4 elements. Now, we did notice that on the board there are elements here. And I wonder if it's simply, or do we have 4 elements here? 1, 2, 3, 4. We do. But we also have 1, 2, 3, 4 numbered atomic weights. Are they arranged in a way that makes any sense? I mean, I think the thing to do is to write out, let me just flip this around a bit. I think the thing to do is to write out these numbers here. Now, is there a way we would know what order they would be in? Let's see, we have 13, then we have iodine, cerium, then we have, problem is I can't see it when it's on this screen, bromine, then we have what looks like 5, no. Okay, let's try again. It looks like maybe 5, 8. I really wouldn't mind being able to read that text. I'm sure you wouldn't mind either. Maybe if I pull it this way, I can read it. Why is that so hard to read? Why can't the camera get a better view of that? Looks like 8, 8, and 16. 8, 8, and 16, huh? 8, 8, potassium, 16. Okay. Well, if we look at this for a second, let's map the numbers in case that's what's happening here. 13 is aluminum, that's Al. And then 8 is oxygen, O. Al, so then maybe we have AlOO, and then 16 is S. ALIC. No, that's not quite right. I can't tell if something's just gone a little bit wrong here. Let's do this. Since it feels like that's the basic idea, then we would just figure out what 4 elements. ALOOS almost seems like something, but there's nothing to do on this page. So even if we got this 4-part word, there's no interaction on this page. In fact, this page doesn't render all that well. Let's put it off for a second, and let's work on something else that we can work on. If you figure something out, don't say the answer in the chat. Just say that you've figured it out, and then offer to give hints. All right, let's see if we can put this out now. Do you think these are in an order? We'll come back to the chemistry in a second. Looks right. Okay, remember the name of the brothers are the Brogue brothers, so probably we are going to get a nice U over here. BROS. There's our F there. Okay. Brogue brothers. Something. Okay, looks like we're going to have a website here. www.broguebrothersarchive.com. All right, so it's yet another website. Okay, let me just go and get my keyboard, since this is clearly a heavily internet game. All right, so we're putting off our periodic table puzzle for a second because we're not even sure we have enough to solve it, though it feels like we do, probably. Let's go to this website. Rogue Brothers Archive. Let's see if that's right. No hyphen, just all one words. Yes. Interesting. Lawrence F. Brogue, one of the brothers. If you've arrived on this site, you're probably... Can we get it in a way that we can actually see it on screen? Yes, okay. Every page we have to accept the cookies? Okay. All right, let's take it easy. If you've arrived on this site, you're probably curious about the ghost in the attic and my lifelong mission to locate and destroy every edition we made. I tracked down almost all of them in the first 2 years of my search. But the something proved hard to find. The final 14. Final 14 proved hard to find. However, I have slowly but surely found every copy except one. Game number 372. That's the game we have. We have game 372. We have the only game that hasn't been found, which is still unaccounted for. Perhaps it's been destroyed by someone else, or perhaps it's still out there. In the last 18 months, my health has declined and I've been unable to travel to follow up on the remaining leads I have. By the time someone reads this, I may be gone. I need help. I have more details on how to banish Walter, but to ensure this information doesn't fall into the wrong hands, I've protected it behind these 4 passcodes: a number, a name, a date, and a word. Retrievable only by someone who finds themselves in possession of game 372. The last surviving copy of The Ghost in the Attic. Lawrence Brogue, August 14th, 1998. Stargazer, snooker player, sailor, and scientist. Okay, so we have to take a moment to appreciate how wonderfully cool this setup is, that we've got the last undestroyed copy of this haunted game. We can put the cards away now. We've solved that. We're on that web page. Okay, he wants 4 pass freight codes and 1 for each of the starting characters. And he seems to suggest that they are taking a format: a number, a name, a date, and a word. So let's see what we can do about that. A number, a name, date, and a word. And probably those are associated in this order, although not clear, with the Stargazer, the snooker player, the sailor, and the scientist. It's not 100% clear that the number is for the Stargazer, the snooker player is the name, and the date is the sailor. But it's possible that they're mixed and matched. But let's see what we can do here. So we've got the 4 corners for each of these people. So one question is, just looking at this, can we find a number for the Stargazer, a name for the snooker player, and so on? A word for the scientist. If indeed that's what we think it is. Now, we don't just have what's on this board, though. We know they're starting items, if that helps us. Now, I see. Let's just take a closer look at some parts of this board. What is this thing here? That's the lunar chart of the moon. And then we've got an actual map here. Got some weird stuff here. The book is titled Stars and Moons. Can we see a number associated with this person? Or a name for that matter, or a date or a word. I mean, this looks very suspicious. Let's take a look at the rest of them though. So sailor, we would expect to get a date. Okay, this looks like a number or a date. I was gonna say it looks like times, but this one doesn't have an hour and minute. This one has 2, this one has 1, this one has a whole 4. I might imagine that would give us a date though. Not so clear how to get a date out of that though. The snooker player is here. What have we got here? We've got an interesting layout here. In fact, this looks a little like the star map. This is very suspicious, the way this snooker table is laid out. And we've got a pattern here too. Let me just look at this again. I mean, it looks a little bit like the snooker balls. Let's put them up side by side. That looks a lot like the snooker balls. Does it not? Like red, I'm following the line now. Red, blue, black, pink. And then these are the rest of them. Red, blue, black, pink. Is that my imagination? Or red, blue, black, pink. Actually, this is pink. What is this? Orange? Brown? Not pink, though. Guess I'll call it orange. I don't know what color it's supposed to be in the game of snooker. Brown, says the chat. Brown. Okay, so how does that help us? Red, blue, black, brown. How does that help us solve anything? Could it be the order of these chemicals? Could it be the order of these? Are these those colors? Red, blue, black, and brown. We've got a black, red, blue, red, blue, and arguably a red and a brown, although, boy, it's pushing it to call one of those red. But that would look closer to red, and that would look closer to an orange here. Red, blue, black, and brown. Let's just see what happens if we do that. If we do that, we've got 13 for the red. The blue, we have cerium. The black, we need glasses to read. The black, even with glasses, is almost impossible to read, but it looks like maybe an 8. And then the brown is bromine. Okay, so now if we take this 13 cerium, 8 bromine, and we look that up on the chart here, do we get something reasonable? Trying to get this on the screen at this right. Is there really no screen I have where we can see it together? There it is, right there. Okay. Let's see. So atomic weight 13 is Al. Cerium, where is cerium? We have cesium. Boy, we're just playing a game. Cerium is Ce. AlCe. And then atomic number 8 is oxygen. Oh, this does not seem like it's the right answer. Sure seemed promising to me. Let's just follow it up though and finish it. So then we had bromine, which is probably Br. What atomic weight is it though? It's a little annoying to do this for no reason. Where is our bromine? Bromine Br. AlCeOBr. Okay, well that's nothing. Okay. Snooker player was supposed to be a name. If we didn't think it was a name that we were trying to get from the snooker player, you could imagine a number by filling out bromine is a 35, and then cerium or Ce is a 58. So you could imagine that if we wanted a number from the snooker player, 1358, 835, by doing that in the order of those arrows. Boy, that just feels too much of a random thing to do, though. And then the scientist, we tried to work out that with the chemical codes, and we didn't quite get anything. We tried listing out these things in that order. So a snooker player looks like it's corresponding to that chart here. Let's just summarize where we are. Snooker players' balls look like they're matching this, which gives us an order to the colors. Are these two things on this page supposed to be related, or could they be independent things? We don't know. And then we've got the Stargazer, which we don't know how to make a word, a number, a date, or a name out of. But we've got a star chart that's interesting. This sailor seems to have 3 dials here that seem important, but not exactly clear how to read them off. And then the scientist has elements that we tried to make work in a specific order, and we couldn't. So we don't know how to get the values for each of these 4 people. We thought that we know there's going to be 4 things, 1 for each person. Maybe the stargazer has a number, the snooker player has a name, the sailor has a date, the scientist has a word. Now here's an alternative idea. Like, we know that the people, we know that the scientist was inspired by, so the scientist and sailor are inspired by themselves. Two of the characters, the scientist and the sailor, one of them was a Marine and one of them liked chemistry. Okay, so Eddie graduated from Yale in 1921 with chemistry. So Eddie is going to be the scientist. And then the merchant marine was the sailor, is going to be Lawrence. Now, so we have a date. Do we have a date for Eddie? Not really. We just have Yale 1921. Just thinking, can we get other information from here? All right, let's look at the chat, see if there are any ideas here. Are those the same colors in the windows on the box? You need to take note of the numbers. All right, so we did notice on the box top that we do have, we noticed on the box top that we do have these 4 window colors. Let's write them out. We've got blue. I wouldn't mind if the green and the yellow weren't so close to each other. God help you if you're colorblind with this game. Blue, green, red, yellow, it looks like, are the colors on the box. Don't make a sound. How does that help us? Could that be the order of these? Blue, green, red, yellow. Yellow, there's no yellow here. It's orange and two oranges. I mean, the obvious one to attack is this one because it combines a clear diagram with this website. This seems like the clear thing for us to attack. It's clearly giving us an ordering of colors. I guess we shouldn't just say an ordering of colors. We should say it's giving us an ordering of the balls, which for us feels like it's color. Red, blue, black, brown. Red, blue, black, brown. What do we make of that? Red, blue, black, brown. Wait, it's huh. So in the chat, Nelson says in snooker, red is 1, blue is 5, black is worth 7. Writing in the wrong place. I mean, this seems like this shouldn't be needed. This should not be knowledge that you need. But I agree, it's tempting. Red is 1, blue is 5, black is 7, and brown is 4. So those are points you get for putting some in. So I like let me tell you what I like the idea of. Let's talk for a second. If we look at this board and those 4 things, it seems like it's conceivable at least that we're going to use the periodic table on that website to come up with a number or a date, and here be able to come up with a number, possibly a number just for this, like 1574, if we do that in that order. So this could be already a number. This looks like it could be giving us something, and this looks like it could be giving us something. This feels like it could be giving us a date. like a 3-part date. So, and this would be a word. Word, date, name, and number. So, number, date, word, or name, and then this one would have to be a name or a word. So I like the idea. So we could imagine if you had to know the snooker values of the colors, then we could recover a number right from this. By combining that diagram with this diagram, we get 1574. Red, blue, black, brown. So I like that as a potential guess. So then the question is, how do we turn this into a name or a word? So what if it is, in fact, that we have to use this order? Blue, green, red, yellow, and use it here. So if we try to do these letters in this order, what do we get? We said blue, it's just hard. It's unfortunately hard for us to see. Okay, so blue would be potassium, right? The green is 16. The red, I guess we're saying, is the 13. And then the yellow is iodine. Now let's go back to this chart and fill in those numbers and abbreviations. So potassium is our K, is that right? Potassium is a K. Potassium is a K. An atomic weight of 16 is an S. So already this seems like it's not going to work. Okay. We'll just keep doing it for the hell of it. 13 is Al for aluminum, and iodine is I. Okay, so I gotta say, the frustrating thing here is just the flailing about for dozens of different possibilities, none of which would surprise us if they worked. And that is really the exact kind of puzzle I hate. All plausible ways to get letters and arrange the order of things. All right, well, time for us to take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk it out. I don't mind that this game has gotten harder. I just don't like the infinite possibilities for solving puzzles. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. You're joining me for a playthrough of The Ghost in the Attic by the Mystery Agency, and we have been breezing through puzzles, and now we've hit a big obstacle. A puzzle that is very ambiguous and feels like it could have dozens of permutations that one might want to try. And it's got the exact kind of puzzle that I hate. One of the kinds of puzzles I hate, which is so many degrees of freedom and so many things that it feels like you have to run through and try this, try this, try this. But let's try not to get frustrated. Let's try to approach this in good faith and think about it. We do think that what we've got here is a code for each of these four corners. The stargazer, the snooker player, the sailor, and the scientist. From these four, we believe we should be able to get a number, a name, a date, and a word. It's not clear whether those should map up with the stargazer should have a number, the snooker player a name, the sailor a date, and the scientist a word. I don't think we can assume that. I think maybe part of the puzzle is figuring out which one of these has a number, which one of these is encoding a name, a date, and a word. So let's not assume we know that. Just looking at these, they do feel like they have the material to make a code. This snooker table arrangement matches perfectly this top layout here, which is telling us an order, which we believe is giving us an order of colors of the balls. So I think it makes sense that what we've got is the color order: red, blue, black, green. Red, blue, black. Sorry, red, blue, black, brown. And maybe we can make numbers of those by using external knowledge of the value of these balls. So we might have a number here. And then the only other piece of information we have is the periodic table on this website, which seems like it's a perfect match for the scientist who has all these chemicals here. We've tried to get words and numbers out of those without any luck, but maybe we're just doing that slightly wrong. And then this looks like, if you had to guess, it might be giving us a date, like month, day, year. Though it's not clear why that would be. And then this one looks like that star chart is important, but it's not clear how that would be giving us something. Then there's little things that look like they might be relevant. Like, could this be relevant? What's going on with this rug pattern? Is there a name in there somewhere? Doesn't seem like it. And then we've also got the top of the box colors. And we've got the code of the dancing people going around. And we've got extra stuff, like the snooker player has this book that says the rules of snooker. Now, so before we start exploring these things more, what if we checked something out? I don't know why Firefox is so terrible about... Let me close some of these pages. So here was the page that gave us the thing about how we knew one of these for each. Okay, we noticed something weird on the last thing. When we entered something, it gave us a check mark. So I'm going to try something. We said that the snooker code we think might be 1574. So I want to see something. If I go in here and I say 1579, now I'm going to go to another tab. Okay, an X. Now I'm going to go back there and try what we did possibly decode it to. 1574. Does that turn into a check? Yes. Okay. So the nice part is we're not going to have to try 4 answers and then just get a 1 all correct or not. We now know we have solved the snooker player code. It did require knowing the value of the colored balls, but we did solve that. Okay, so that one's done. Now we can move along. This seems like the next best one we could have a shot at because we know it's got to correspond to this, the element of the periodic table. Now, let's see. Tara says it should be solved. Basic person not feeling like mensa. I don't mind. It can be as difficult as it wants. It's just the fact of trying lots of permutations I don't like. Okay, not watching your vids and not all I've seen are top-notch quality. Thank you. I appreciate that. Does the puzzle rules correlate for a puzzle board, giving us the length of each clue? What if we use all the elements in the order they appear? Elsie Brooke looks like a name to me. I mean, if that name is in here, but that doesn't feel right to me. So, but we might want to have to reread the newspaper at some point to... Okay, chat's getting me confused. If you remember that name from the newspaper, you let me know. Otherwise, I don't see it. Let's... All right, the chat's saying a couple... There's some stuff going in the chat that's confusing me. If you think you figured that out, that there's a name and you remember the name coming from somewhere, you let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume it's nonsense. Let's take a look at the scientist again and see what we see. Let's see what we can observe here. So we've got some chemicals actually spelled out. We can get their numeric codes, their atomic weights. We can get their letter abbreviations. Now we know something else, right? Let's look at this. We actually have learned quite a bit. Let's take a look at this card for a second and review something important that we've learned. The snooker player was not a name. The snooker player was a number. So now we know these are not in the order that they were given us. So we know we're not looking for a number now. With the other 3 corners of the board, we're looking for a name, a date, and a word. And you can bet that there's a very good chance that the scientist with his periodic table of the elements is gonna spell out a word. And I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't the order of colors on the box top. Blue, green, red, yellow. I'm not sure. Okay, so first of all, I could see that the blue was slightly wrong here. I wrote potassium, but this is probably the cerium. But that would still be C-E-S-A-L-I. That doesn't seem right. All right, but let's just put that aside for a second. So now we know in the remaining 4 corners of this board, we are looking for a name, a date, and a word. And if you had to guess, you'd guess that this is going to be giving us a name. A word, but it could be a a name also. Name and word, or word and name. I wouldn't be surprised if this, like, you could see how this would be two initials. VS, something like that. And this is probably going to be our date here. So we could try to be... Could it be a constellation we have to identify? That's a very good guess, a very good idea, especially now that we know that this required us to do internet research. If you didn't remember the exact values of snooker balls, you'd have to do internet research for this. We haven't found any other thing telling us that. So you could see that this might have us look up this constellation, and that might be the name of this constellation. That is a good idea. So let's think about that. And I wonder if, like, the name of these books don't give us any clue, right? No, this was just Stars and Moons. Okay, so I like that idea. I like the idea that this is a known constellation and it's like Cassiopeia or something. It's someone's name. This looks like a puzzle where we're going to have to convert one of these to month. Now, if this has got 12 segments in it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, not really. You might, but then I don't know how you get. Anyway, let's put that aside for a second. I'm keen to focus on this scientist since we've got the webpage open for this. All right, let's brainstorm possibilities here. Zara says, I'm thinking for the scientist section, we have to use the abbreviated letters for each of the elements using the periodic table to give a word or a name. Yes, that's what we think. Emmy says, I think the 3 dials for Sarah give a date. Days, 2 hands, 2 digits, months, 12 sections, 1 hand, and year, 4 hands, 4 digits. But can't see where you get the numbers from. I think that sounds about right, but I'm not sure. But I'd like to put that aside for a second and try to attack this one while we're still focused on it. So let's get this in an orientation that we can read it. Okay, so the colors are a little hard to read here. And in fact, so I tried to do these in the order of the box. I said blue, green, red, and yellow. And I said red was 13. But what if, I mean, red does look like 13. I mean, but is there any reason that we should think that that's the right order to read those numbers? How are we? Is it like this? Are we thinking that these are, maybe we should look at these as pairs, although those 2 8s near the black are throwing me, but should we be thinking that 13 is associated with iodine and cerium, and 8 is associated with bromine, and 16 is associated with potassium? Rather than look up what has atomic weight 13, 16, and 8. And could we be reading some of these numbers wrong because that text is so tiny? Could it be any smaller? They just look like 8s to me. And then the question is, why do we think the box cover colors are related to this blue, green, orange, yellow? It's not even clear if that's a red or an orange. Could be. It's definitely yellow at the end. Well, what? Like, this is so, it's hard to see. Like, none of these are yellow. So I don't think we can use the box color order to tell us the answer to this. So I don't think it's the color of the windows because we don't have a yellow. But what would we do then? What order would we use? Would we use the order that's on this, that's on these tables? 13 iodine, cerium, bromine, 8, 8, potassium 16. When we did that, this is what we got. Al C. Brooks. No. AL was 13. Then the iodine was I. Cerium was CE. Alice. Brooks. Alice Brooks. Alice Brooks. That sounds like a name. Now, is that a name that we've heard? Is that a name that we've heard? All right, that sounds like a name now. Alice Brooks. I guess that's what Nelson was getting at. So, 31-year-old Emily Reynolds. I don't know that we've encountered this name in the game. Maybe it's not important. Okay, but so just to be clear, this is one of the very earliest things we did was to try to read it in this order, looking up atomic number 13 iodine, ALICEBROOK. Atomic number 6 is sulfur S, Alice Brooks. So the reason we didn't get Alice Brooks is because I was sloppy and somehow I guess I didn't write down the CE and the BR. Okay, but Nelson was persistent and he was right that that should be Alice Brooks. So we think now that we've solved this one. Let's put it in and see if we're right. So we think the name for the scientist is going to be Alice Brooks, who either I'm overlooking. That's correct. Okay. Either I'm overlooking in the newspaper somewhere or in the credits somewhere. Or we're going to find out the significance of. Okay, so we've got 2 of the 4 solved. Now we've got the stargazer and the sailor. We think this is probably a date, maybe month, day, year, or something else. And then we have a suspicion that this might be a known constellation. How are we going? What do we know we're looking for though? We know we're looking for a word, right? We've got we've solved the number. We've solved the name. Now we need a date and a word. We think we're going to get the date here. So this is going to be a word, which is probably going to be that constellation. So, I mean, I think there's only one way to do it, is to search for constellations. We could try Google Lens and see if we can do that. All right, just for fun, let's see if I can get this to work. I mean, I have the technology set up for this. Google Lens. Let's see if we can get it to identify that constellation. I don't want it to solve it. I want it to identify the constellation without looking up the answer. Can we get it to do a little bit better about just looking up this constellation? Can we... How about you just tell, why is it so hard for it to figure out that we want the name of a constellation? Can we... how are we gonna do that without... Okay. All right. Okay, that's not very fun. Visual matches, what about this? It's just giving me random constellations. Okay, it's easier if you Google search it. Not really sure. That's not really gonna do it. Does someone know, if you know what that constellation is, I'm not opposed to being told how you've looked it up, but I mean, I'm not opposed to knowing what the constellation is, but short of that, okay. All right. That's not happening. Tony Granat says Aquarius. All right. So let's bring up constellation Aquarius. Okay. So is that Aquarius? It sure is. That is our constellation of Aquarius. Although it actually looks like it's the last little bit. No, that's Aquarius. Okay, for sure that's Aquarius. All right, let's go back. Let's put in our stargazer is Aquarius. Okay. So we got that right. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe that's an example of maybe it would have been more enjoyable if we were just searching for constellations. I mean, the nice moment here was when someone in the chat said it's probably the name of a constellation. That was the puzzle solved. And then from there, finding which exact constellation. Maybe we should have not tried to use technology and should have just searched for them. But all right, we got one more puzzle to go. The bizarre part is how this game doesn't seem to suggest there's internet involved, where it's, I mean, you have to tell people. You really have to tell people when you make a puzzle game whether they're going to have to do independent research. Because most puzzles don't, for very good reason, require you to do independent internet research. All right, but that's all right. We can forgive some flaws. Let's work on this now, Sailor. All right, so it feels to me like it's just this. Here it is. I don't think there's any extra knowledge required. I don't think we need to find anything in here. I think we're just going to have to use these three things to get a date. And what we think we're going to get is month, day, and year. So, here's what I think it might be. I think it might be simply that we're looking at clock times, but we're going to get digits based on each hand. So, in other words, if we get these, if we hold these right side up, rather than look at these like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm wondering if it's more like treat this like a clock. And if you do, this is at the 2 and this is at the 5. So I'm wondering if this isn't the date, the day of month 25, something like that. And then when we look at this one, holding it oriented by a clock, and then it would be, this should be hour hand first, the big hand first, right? Okay. So then this one is just the 6, 7, 8. And then this one we should have 4 digits, but I guess what would you, the problem is this vertical one doesn't quite work, right? That would be a 12. 12, 1. We're holding it 12, 1, 4, 7. 12, 1, 4, 7 in declining order. Or you could go the other way, 7, 4, 1, 2, 7, 4, 1, 2, and then the same thing here. You could go from small to big. Why did I call that a 5? I don't think, probably more like a 4. Oh no, ambiguous, huh? But you could also say that's 4, 2. Surely this has to be a date. It can't just be an arbitrary date. All right, so that doesn't quite seem right. Let's think more about how these are broken into sectors then. How do we get a date? Month, day, year. Why are they broken into different numbered sectors? Let's just take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so here's 12. So this seems like it would be the month, right? first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. So this seems like the month is 8. And then what are we looking at for the date and year then? So is this our date? But why 1, 2, 1? But is this 1 or is this our 0? I mean, that we counted this one not as the 1. We counted this as the 1. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If this is 1, but why, what makes us, is this 0? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be the 8th month. And then this would be 1 and 1, 2, 3. So I think that would be 13th. This might be the 8th month, 13th day. And then if this is the year, would we get 0, 1, 3, 6? 0, 1, 3, 6. 0, 1, 3, 4, 6. But what would that mean? 8th month, 13th day of the of 0, 1, 3, 6. What does that mean? I mean, do we have, I mean, if Alice Brooks is a name out of nowhere, unrelated to our case, and we're expecting a year that's out of nowhere, not related to our case, on what basis are we going to pick one? Are we going to think we know the date? It's such a bizarre choice. Right? Like if we have no reason to think we're going to get a particular year, I mean, this newspaper's from 1956, May 24th. You might expect we're going to get that date, but on a bizarre thing. And then even if you were calculating that thing as I said, you would be coming up with these numbers based on the fact of assuming that these clocks can't represent, like this could represent the 12 months, but this can't. I was doing like 0, 1, 2, 3, so the 13th day, but that would be assuming that you could never represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 days. That doesn't make sense. Surely whatever clock you're representing, days and dates and years, you want to be able to represent any date. On the other hand, it makes sense that this is month in the middle. Day, month, year. Hmm. Well, as far as we know, we're looking at the arbitrary encoding of an arbitrary date. Probably including a year, but not necessarily. This is broken into 12 segments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that makes sense that it's broken up into a month. But then what's happening here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, that feels like we could get 4 digits from 0 to 10. And then the length of the arrows could give us the order. So 0, 1, 3, 6, 0, 1, 3, 6. Assuming that these two are of different lengths, even though really very hard to tell that they would be. Should we be going from smaller to biggest? I mean, 6 doesn't really. Then you just get 6, 3, 1, 0. Neither of those make sense as dates. 0, 1, 3, 6 doesn't make sense as a year. Neither does 6, 3, 1, 0. And then what the hell would be this? Okay, the chat is giving us a very big spoiler about lifting the black tray out of the box. All right, that is a huge spoiler. It would be better if you don't say things like that. You could give us a hint. But we did already notice there was something in the bottom of the box, but I deliberately did not look at it because it is my experience with these games that when there is something hidden in the bottom of the box or in an item, you are always prompted when you should be trying to find such a thing. And we clearly haven't been prompted. So it absolutely would be bizarre to need to open the box. What we're talking about here is underneath this tray. It would be totally bizarre for the game to have expected us to do that in order to solve this puzzle. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe this puzzle needs the box to be opened. So I'm going to not do that. So it's got to be something else. But it certainly could be something that requires internet search. Compass, that's a good idea. To think about these as compasses rather than clocks. We know it's a date. We don't even know how it wants the date formatted. We have no idea what it wants from us. We've got name that has no relevance to anything else in the game. Hmm. I mean, it's tempting to think we're going to get 4 digits out of this one, and that we would probably do them in order from largest to smallest. Why would it make it so hard to tell whether this one was larger than this one? There's parts of this game design that seems really bad to me, but if it expected us to know the order of the sizes of these arrows, why does it do such a poor job of showing us which one of these is longer than the other? And if it didn't matter, all right, let's try to think about, what is it? That's the cat not feeling well. All right, go on, throw up your hairball somewhere off camera. All right, let's try to do our old trick. Let's not try to solve it. Let's try to... Can you hear the cat getting sick? Okay, let's not try to solve it. Let's try to make some observations. You could imagine it's a coordinate. There is a map here. Like, what if this is telling us a coordinate? Would that give us a date? Not really. You'd kind of expect this answer to be... Well, here's another good question. If we get a day, a date, and a month, does this want the date in the form of American day, date, month, day, year, or day, month, year? Why do these puzzle makers do this? Ask you to come up with a date and then not tell you what format it's going to be in. Then every possible thing we have to try, we now have to try twice because we don't know if it wants day, month, day, year. Just terrible. Just a terrible, terrible thing here. But all right. Well, we could look for hints. Let's think about it for a little bit longer, though. Does this have anything to do with this? Not if this is any other, not if the other puzzles were any clue. Like these things surrounding this didn't have anything to do with this puzzle. These surrounding things didn't have anything to do with this puzzle. These didn't have anything to do with this puzzle. So it should be just this. Somehow we're getting a date out of this. What if it's multiplier? What if it's like, not multiplier, but what if it's that like, so here we can see, we can go around, we can indicate 12 months with one hand. But if this is broken up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if this is broken up into 3, maybe this is saying like the big hand says you go around once. So in other words, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what if that's saying that this is a 9? So, but then how that doesn't work for this, for this insanity. But that would be a good way that this could be used to encode a day. So in other words, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or however you want to count from 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then when you go around again, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 10, and then you advance this one. So each time you cycle around, you advance the middle, the large hand. And then that would give you a number here that could represent any number. But then how you would do with this makes no sense. None of these other puzzles have required anything outside. Well, they have required internet use. I mean, the order of these feels like it would be the order that we put the answer in. So if we just get a number, a number, and a number, we could put those numbers in to the website. So we could take a guess as the first two, right? We could guess that this is 13 if we do it this way. 1 and then 1, 2, 3. And then this middle one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And how do we get a year out of this one? You might expect to be looking for something like 1950 something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What if All right, well, Entina is usually the pro at these puzzle games, but I don't understand what Entina is saying to do. So maybe you could try to explain that a little more clearly. What if this was... What if we were reading the... What if we were reading it in reverse? What if you start small and go big? Then this one would be 1, 2, 3, and 1. So instead of 13, what if it's 31? This is 8. And then what if we start at the smallest number here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the next tallest one, which we can't tell, which is insane. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 0, 6, 3, 1, 0. Makes no sense. We need to have something like 1950 something, 1810. Like, surely the first digit is a 1. How do we get a 1 out of that? Is everything 1 based at the top? So we have 1, 2, 40 something? And are all these off by 1? Should we be counting 1 at the top? 1, 2, 3, 4. So is this a 24? And then this one is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 24, 9 or 42, 9. And then this one is a 1, 2, 4, 6. 1, 2, 4, 6. Can that possibly right? Or 1426? Can that possibly be right? And on what basis would we choose that? A 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. 1, 2, 4, 7? Surely not. I'm going to put this in if it's right. I mean, it can't be right. I'm just going to put in, there's so many ways to get this wrong. 24, 9, 1, 2, 4, 7. And none of that makes sense. The format of it, the order. Yeah, there's supposed to be a hint system. Yeah. Taking hints is like, well, I really try to avoid taking hints because I feel like it lets the world escape the anger that is rightly appropriate. Whereas sitting here getting frustrated, at least I'm putting the anger into the world that is appropriate. All right, Entina is really good at these games. If Entina thinks she knows it, but been 10 minutes and she hasn't explained. Okay. Well, it's time for a break. Let's take a break, then we'll figure out if we want to take a hint. So we got a little bit of a philosophical quandary here about when to take hints. Anna says I take hints when you should take hints when you're frustrated, but I'm of a slightly different opinion. And I do also think that if you take hints every time you get stuck, you're depriving yourself of all of the challenges. You just solve the puzzles that are easy and the rest you get hints for. So, but the chat is coming up with some theories. Okay, Tara says, I'm sorry, but all right, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. No big deal. We had already seen that there was something under the cover. We just didn't want to. I just don't. It can't be for this puzzle. I don't think so. That's why I'm not going to look at. Now, DJ Moneycut says if you turn the third dial upside down, you can get something like 1865, but that would be a little bit crazy. Like, why would you turn it upside down? And Tina says, skimming through the previous puzzles, you had to combine it with outside sources, periodic tables, snooker ball, constellations. Maybe we should have something else here. That's an interesting idea. Could there be some other document, even within the game, that we haven't realized that we need? Emmy says, the only thing I'm feel sure of is middle dial shows 8 or August, and the first dial gives the day, the last gives a year. I just can't see how the dials actually work. Okay, let's think for a second. I have a couple things occur to me. The first one is that these pointing things, I thought, could they be related to these people? Like, should we be looking for people who are pointing in those directions? But I don't know what we would do even if we found that. Like, even if we found that there were people pointing that, we don't know how to read that code. But another thing occurred to me. That we know the name of this device, which looks kind of like this. And we were saying it's used for something, but we didn't know how to use it. Maybe we need to think about that more clearly. There's a question in the chat about the books called Atlas. We looked at all the other puzzles. None of them used the books for anything. But the name of that device is the armillary sphere or something else. Armillary sphere. Let's just look up what an armillary sphere is again and see if there's anything about that that gives us any clue. An armillary sphere is an ancient astronomical instrument and model of the universe. Spherical rings, equator, elliptic, and meridian. Equator, elliptic, meridian. 3 numbers? Celestial longitude and latitude. It's gotta have 3 to be useful to us. How do you read an armillary sphere? Hour marks are set at 15-degree increments. Sundial in the northern hemisphere will give pointing north. You read the dial north-south, reversed in southern hemisphere. Okay. This is not helping. It should help. A good puzzle would make use of it. What if we ask code date using compass? It's just finding out how to encode dates in databases. All right, we're going to look at hint very soon, but we're going to spend a couple minutes more first. Geographical coordinates, says the chat. The problem with that is we got three numbers here. Even if we could figure out how to turn this into a coordinate, it wouldn't make sense. Before using hints, shouldn't we follow Tara's advice? To look at the bottom of the box? No. No, that I'd rather look at hints first, and if the hint says open the box up, then we can do that. But not the bottom box, the inside of the box. No, we're not going to open up the inside bottom of the box before we look at a hint. But it would be completely understandable if there was some other internet thing, or is it possible we missed some website? I mean, we... Here's an idea. What if these are diagrams like look for the node that has connections in these directions, and we're supposed to use it with our chart here? Is it the case? No, we don't have nodes like that. Like I was thinking, can you, if you found the node that was connected in a certain way, would you know its periodic element and then get things? But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work. Okay. And Tina says, why not? If you found a box, wouldn't you have tried to look inside it? No, 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 no. We'll look at the hints in a second. But we're not gonna... No. Every game I've played where I've prematurely looked inside the box contents, the game had not wanted me to do that yet. So I'm using my judgment that that can't be the solution. All right, let's just think for a second here. Let's think one little bit more before we start here. Is there anything we're missing on this board that gives us a hint? None of the other puzzles have used anything else on this board. Let's take a look at these and make sure it can't be this. So what would be our theory here? If we could identify a person for each thing, like someone with the leg pointing to the northeast and southeast, what would we do with that information? What would we do with that information? Okay, Nelson says, what are the figures in the circle? Don't get it. Don't understand it. What you're saying? Are you saying this? Look at this. This looks like this. This looks like this. Is that a hint? What is that? That's just showing us a compass. Is that showing us a compass that says north is here? South is here with the circle on the left? So should we be looking at these this way? Even so, how does that help us? It just makes things worse. It makes us have more permutations to have to worry about. Why would you make a game like this? Aren't those little men forming around a circle? It doesn't look like it to me. I don't know what those are, but I can't make any sense out of them. That's insane. It's insane that this seems to suggest that the orientation of this watch is different. See a map on the picture frame? Yes, there's a map there, but none of the other pictures on anywhere on the board had anything to do with any of the other puzzles. So it's hard to imagine they would with this puzzle. Okay, let's look at this for a second. So this one is broken into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 segments. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 segments. Seven segments, 12 segments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 segments. Tina says, I really think there must be something else we should combine it with. I think I like your intuition. I like that idea. I think that makes a lot of sense that there's something else we're supposed to combine it with. This would be the most obvious thing here. These are people at angles. If you could decode this into words and then find out there, that would make sense. What else would you combine it with, though? I mean, I've got the back of this. Got phone with the dial. Nothing else seems to map to dials. And then here, we've just got some dates, but and then is it possible there's some other website that we've not gone to? Some other thing? I don't think so. Code date using compass. So Antina says the Sherlock Holmes dancing man code, which I pointed out when we saw it. But now I think what Antina is saying is, as insane as it sounds, maybe this game expects us to go find the answer code to the dancing man and use that to decode this box. Which would be insane on its own. But then how we would get a date from that, even if you could find these people. That just seems insane. And now Antina is saying, I don't think they go there. Okay, all right, I got, that's it. That's enough. That's enough, that's enough, that's enough. When I start to get angry at the chat, then I know I've had enough. Okay, so we're gonna go to the website and we're gonna, we're going, okay. So their website is fucked. It's making us do this again because I reloaded and now we have to do this all over again. We did this already. And now we're back out to some top level page. We've lost our... You want to see what the helpful advice is about hints? Hey, look at this. You need help? You want hints? Use our hints file. Oh yeah, the hints file. Sure, the hints file. Let's see. Here's their webpage. Shop who we are and subscribe. Huh. Okay. Well, where's your hints file? FAQ. Where are the hints? Hey, it can be found on the right side of the desk. You may need to resize your browser to see it. Okay. Now let's try to reopen the solve page, which makes us do this all over again. Now we're here, and the page isn't displaying right. You think that's the hints off screen here? Yeah, there they are, off screen. You can see enough of them, maybe, that I can click it? Yes. Fuck me. So I guess what we want is the sailor. First hint, second hint. Okay, let's click on first hint. There are 4 passwords required to unlock. To find them, you'll need to study the home squares. You'll also need to use an envelope. What does that mean? There are 4 passwords. To find them, you'll need to study the home squares on the Ghost in the Attic board. And to solve this one, you'll also need to use an envelope. Second hint. Okay, go away now. Go away now. Back? Oh my God. Guys, come on. How do I make this go away? Go away. Close in the upper left. Fuck you. Second hint. In the sailor's home square, there are 3 nautical dials. Using these dials and the markings on the reverse of the telegram envelope. So, a viewer in the chat was trying to suggest that we look peek under the box because there's some hidden stuff in there. And I said, no, it's impossible. It's impossible that the game would require us to do that now to get necessary items to solve a puzzle without hinting it to us. And now the hints are even, not only do they say, hey, you might need to look under the box, they're like, oh yeah, use the telegram envelope that you obviously already got. What's insane is, yes, I knew there was something under here, but every experience I've had playing every game is telling me, don't go hunting for secret hidden stuff before something clues you into that you might need it. And now this seems to be suggesting that we should have, that it naturally assumed that we had this envelope. So we're supposed to do this. And what? And discovered this and been looking at it and pondering it this whole time? And in here is the key to that puzzle on the board? Oh my God, I'm so angry at this game. So what? These are like clues to things that we already figured out on our own? Was this our thing that we... Oh boy. Okay, well, someone's cut off here. All right, let me just try to reset myself. Okay, so the first thing is that these are the values of the snooker balls. And what, are we going to see that one of these is going to show us Aquarius? If it doesn't show us Aquarius, you still need internet access for Aquarius. I do want to point out that this picture, there is a picture with more people on the board, and I wonder if like that is, that picture has been torn up, and there are people now that are part of this story. There's a third person here that's been torn up out of this picture. That's important. Maybe they stole the game idea from Walter or something. Anyway, Lawrence Brogue, Edward Brogue, and someone else. And then on the back are the values for the snooker thing. Okay, and then we have another box that's locked that needs another code. And let's make sure there's nothing else hidden. So this one says, this box that we already looked at says don't make a sound. And now we have, or you'll wake him up. Creepy. Okay, and now we have an envelope that we deliberately avoided looking for because I guaranteed you there was no way that the game wanted, that there's no way that the game expected that we would need to look at the bottom without giving us hints. Now, if the game said at this point, you know, like, oh, you better find something, then we would have just gone and taken it. Okay, so but now look, day, day, month, month, year, year, year. So we were right about this being the month. And here we can see it says January. And then here's the counting of the days, but look at the numbers are scrambled. So they just threw in some extra crazy scrambling just on the off chance that you tried to solve it logically to make sure it wouldn't work. All right, so I guess we're probably not going to need this for that. Probably we just need this. What a terrible, terrible design. What a horrible puzzle. All right, well, our middle one, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So this one they decided to keep logical. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So we know it's September, the 9th month. That's the middle part of the month. Okay, and then here we've got two things that we think is going to be the day and the day, but we need to find a way. Do we need to find a way, or are we just going to be looking for 1-7? Well, what we can say is that the two digits that the hands are pointing to are a 1 and a 7. Now, whether we read them off in that order, 1, 7, 7, 1, or do something else, I guess is anyone's guess. Now, let's read off the digits that are here. It's 1, 9, 5, and looks like 8. So just read them off in order. Don't worry about the lengths. Don't worry about... Okay, there is no 7-1 date. Don't know what that means. One, 9, 5, 8, if we're just reading it off in order. Okay. It makes sense to look at everything in the box. There's no 7-1 date. For me, this is not even a puzzle connecting arrows to numbers. Funny thing, the main box the board game was in on the back shows all these pieces, so I'm not spoiler. I'm confused. What's enter this in the website. It means there are not 71 days in a month, so it means it has to be 17. I see what you're saying. Okay. I can't talk about the games where I looked prematurely in the bottom of the box or under something and revealed something before we were supposed to reveal it. So it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. All right, let's go back to this and put the answer in this guy's crazy thing. Okay, the day is the 17th. The month is 09 and 1958. Try it this way. Okay, there's the 4 check marks, so it's happy now. 2 hours wasted. Partly because I was stubborn enough not to want to look at the back of the thing, but okay. I fully blame this game. Maybe, you know, you can leave a comment if you're watching this after the fact. You think I'm being too hard on this game, but that is just insane to not to try to make people solve that puzzle without telling them that they're missing components, that they're hidden. And in our case, doubly bizarre because we knew they were there. It's just, I would have sworn that you weren't supposed to look at it until the game told you to look. And at least Stacy agrees. You were correct not to look. It's absolutely too hard on, but you're not too hard on the game. The game is wrong, says Stacy. Okay, well, I appreciate that. I know that not everyone will agree, but someone agrees. All right, we're going to reset ourselves. We're going to move along to this very heavily internet-based game. Okay, Lawrence F. Brogue, what was that? Made you jump. Whoops-a-daisy, something went bump. Lawrence Brogue, October 9th, 1999. Classified documents, passcode it wants. Okay, so now it just wants passcode. So we don't know what it's talking about. However, we do have something new to look at. Let's look at the front here. This message is brought to you by Radio Fax Transmission, the fastest service in the States. Headquarters, 3455 West 5th Street, Philadelphia, USA. Addressed to Edward Brogue, 1401 Belford Avenue, Wichington, Ohio. Let's look at what this is. The idea, by the way, the idea that this shouldn't be on the board somewhere, that would have solved this problem. There's no point in it being on this envelope. All right, let's let go. Let's move along. Crosstown Troubadour Telegram. Troubadour Telegram, that was one of the items here. Crosstown Troubadour. Okay, from Lawrence Brogue to Edward Brogue. Eddie, I have not heard from you since your note dated September 16th. I found and destroyed the copy in Seattle and have made it to Anchorage. Since I arrived on Monday, it has not been above 20 degrees and my hotel room has no heating. The tip that I was given has led me to a house here. I've called every day, but no answer. Perhaps they're out of town. I have decided to stay here for a few days in case they return. I make it only 14 more copies of the game unaccounted for, and there are still a dozen leads I have to follow up. Also, as you know, I found a telephone number for the medium, Hugh Decat. He only lives 20 miles outside the city. I know you said not to go, but I did call on him. Hugh was very knowledgeable. He said that all ghosts are lost, stuck on this plane because of some unfinished business. If we can give Walter what he wants, then he will be able to pass on. I do wish you would consider that. We know what we did. Hope you're getting my letters. I feel as though all this has come between us, and that plays on my mind a lot. I hope you're keeping well. Love to Bethany and my nieces and nephew, your brother Lori. P.S. In Seattle, I spotted some markings on the base of the ghost in the attic box, which I never noticed before. Okay, so he's talking about the Dancing Men code, Sherlock Holmes code. Now, couple things to point out. This is the billiard snooker ball point value, but the other puzzle we had to solve in the corners was the constellation. For that, we needed to use the internet. Unless you see someplace else telling us that that's Aquarius. Okay, so he's mentioning the dancing men, and oh, there's the Aquarius. Okay, well, boy, that's frustrating. That is frustrating that we didn't get this. All right, well. All right, now, he says he found the number for Hugh the psychic, and we could see that that's actually here. Hugh Cat. Oh, I thought somewhere we saw a phone number, but I guess it wasn't for Hugh. I found a telephone number for the medium Hugh Cat. He only lives 20 miles outside this city, and then he sees this code. Okay, so but here's the crazy thing. We might be inclined to look up now on the internet the Sherlock Holmes dancing men code, but now we've got evidence, contrary to how we've been operating, that there isn't the need for internet use. So we shouldn't have to search for the code. So maybe it's not dancing men. Maybe it's some other way we should be able to read. Like, are these the letters? Are these men shaping out letters? All right, well, rather than try to solve it, let's figure out what we're up against here. He mentions the codes on the box, which looks like dancing men, but maybe it's something else. He's talking about finding the box from this person's house. And he says, we did something to this guy. I think they stole his idea or something. They cut him out of the credits. Either way, this is what we're up against next. What was that made you jump? Whoops-a-daisy, something went bump. And we need a passcode. And I don't even know why why this photo is here. Like, is this the clue to answer this passcode, or is something else? So we've got a box with another 4-digit code. We do not know if we're supposed to answer that yet. Is there anything else? God forbid. All right, so here are the things we're up against that we could make progress on, supposedly. The markings on the base of the box, which are the dancing men, but we're now convinced you don't need to use the internet. So these should be either solvable now without the use of the internet, or we're going to get clues about this. Tara Smith says, have we solved the puzzle in the rules? I don't know what that means. But if you mean this, then yes, we have solved this. And if you mean the underlined letters, yes, we've solved that. All right, so we could try to answer this if we know it. Saul says, I've observed some writing under here. That's an interesting observation. Let's take a closer look at that. What does it? It does seem to be like we're missing some writing in here underneath. It says something envelope. That's very interesting. It's written in this type. So words, something, something, something. It feels like it's instructions on this printed telegram, and so not that relevant. And then there's this weird thing here. It says, I called on him. He was very knowledgeable. He said, all ghosts are lost. Da, 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 da. Hope you're feeling well. Give Bethany and my niece, nephew. And we know that he's talking about this person. Doesn't really help us. So we need a 4-digit code for this. Let's make a little to-do list. Maybe I'm just rattled, but it feels a little weird here. We've got the online classified document passcode. That's one thing that we're supposed to make progress on. We've got the dancing men cipher. Then we've got, I guess this document is with a riddle. That feels like maybe we should be able to solve that. And then we've got the wooden box lock, which is 4 digits. Those are the 3 things that it feels like we could actually make progress on. What was the message on the website? So one of the websites brought us here, spookyamerica.com. This was the website we got when we followed the URL on the underlined words in the box. And the code here was the case reference was the number that we calculated in this box. And then that gave us this. And then the cards when we laid them all out, gave us this website. Hmm. That's an interesting idea. What was that made you jump? Whoops a daisy, something went bump. All right, so if you look at the front of these cards, oh, there's whoops a daisy. Bump. Oh, very clever. What was that made you jump? Whoops a daisy, something went bump. What was that? Oh, that's very clever. All right, pretty neat. All right, good, clever observation in the chat. Okay, what was that made you jump? Whoops a daisy, something went bump. So there are actually numbers at the bottom left of each of these cards that we hadn't even noticed before. That's pretty clever. Okay, good work in the chat. So probably we've got a code here, 2158. It also makes thematic sense with the game because his whole point on his website was he wanted to only let people who have the game access. So 2158. Okay, finally a puzzle that I appreciate. 2158. This might also be okay, that's not the right answer. But that's okay. I think maybe we should also use the numbers here. Like it's 3 spaces, 4 spaces. So do you think it's like it could be in this order? It could be 2, 3, 1, 2. What I was going to say is this might be, oh, Soul says this is probably the 4-digit code for this. And then maybe in here helps the website. That's an interesting idea. Or it's these numbers, 3, 2, 3, 4. Let's try this. Let me finish what I was saying before. Is I think you could make the case that this is why you should take a hint earlier, because at this point I'm like burned out from anger. I'm not even thinking fully about the game. I'm still got my anger. All right. That's okay. Let's move on. Let's see if this is the code here. 2158, which is a very good guess. Even though it invalidates what I said about him wanting a code that depends on having the box. Okay, so that was absolutely it. So for some reason, that riddle is not the passcode, but instead it's this code. All right, let's see what we've got in this box. Oh, that's creepy. Ooh, it looks like we're gonna get the part of the torn up picture. That's exciting. Whoa. Yep, there's Walter. Whoa, that's creepy. So do you think they stole from him? Like he was part of the team that developed these games and stuff, and they stole the credit from him? All right, let's see what we've got here. Whoa, this is creepy. Maybe we should take a break before we open this. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll open the scary letter. See you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. 27 viewers. We've been playing for 4 hours, a little more than 4 hours. Little mixture of loving the theme and the setting and the idea and being a little bit frustrated by the website design and the terrible choice of hiding certain things under the box. Under the box insert. All right, we have opened this secondary locked box. We have found this torn up piece of this puzzle showing that Walter was closer to them than we originally thought. And we've got a piece of paper, a note. And let's see. It says, "You woke me up. Now I want to play. It's my game after all. The other boys took it. They did. Stole my game. Stole it. I can prove it. Prove it. Look at the blueprints. Find what Lori's hiding. I can show you how to get in. Help me tell the truth." Okay, so it's as we guessed. Walter, the guy who committed suicide when the game sold, is claiming they stole the game from him. And look, what do you see? That here's the Dancing Men code telling us how to decipher it. And then it says, look at the blueprints, find what Lori's hiding. So on the other side of this is blueprints. So let's see, ghost in the attic. What does that say? 1D day. What are these words here? 1951. This is, oh, March 1951. So that's when he designed this game, March 1951, I think. He's planning the star charts go here, telescope at the scientist lab, anchor, rope, ship in the bottle. Here he is planning the game. What does he say down here? 4 dice. Move your mirror, scare him back, trapdoor to other rooms. This is all the design of the game. That's the movement die, 1 to 6. There's the characters you can play. These are the cards, creaky 4-board cards. That's what they are. Snooker player, and then we've got stairs going down. These are all matching the board. So these are this is seemingly proof that he designed the game. There's the stairs that you can go down on his blueprint. Now, what does he say? Look at the blueprints, find what Rory's hiding. I can show you how to get in. So we know there's trapdoor, there's stairs, okay, and then again, thematically, I don't feel like there are no clues that I see here, but maybe there are. But clearly, the key thing is to decode this and find out what it says at the back of the box. So this could be a little bit painful. It might be easier if we just had this written out somewhere. But let's see. I think maybe the best place to start is here. All right, let's see if we can write this out for us. It's gonna be a little cumbersome to do. I'm trying to think if there's a better way. I mean, it would be a lot easier if we had this on a piece of paper we could write on. But let's try to do it this way, I guess. So the upside down guy, is that this guy right here, T? And then there's a guy that looks like a Y. Is this the upside down guy again? I guess that's this guy, H, T, H. Probably going to be an E, right? Kind of looks like this one. Surely it's not this one, T-H-A. Has to be an E. There it is, E. Oh, this is cumbersome. Now we're looking for this guy on his head. I think the thing to do here is to go to the hints and get the answers so that we don't actually have to spend an hour doing this. Right? I mean, we know how to do it. Don't tell us what they're for. Sphinx Cat, we already got that puzzle right at the beginning. Stickman code. Note should help you decipher something on the board game box. The stickman on Walter's note should help you decipher the message written to stickman code around the edge of the box. Here's what it says. The darkness that is only seen in the day that follows you on your way. Walter hid a riddle in the stickman code around the outside of the board game box when he designed it. The stickmen on Walter's note show which letter of the alphabet each sticker corresponds to. The correctly decoded message is a riddle. The darkness that is only seen in the day that follows you on your way. Okay, so let's write that down. I feel like, is it saying, okay, is it saying something glows in the dark? The darkness that is only seen in the day that follows you on your way. Sounds like shadow, right? Follows you on your way. The darkness that is only seen in the day when the sun is shining and creates a shadow. Well, that's the riddle answer, right? Shadow, which of course Antina already figured out. Shadow, yeah. Okay, so I'm guessing that it means we should go put in the passcode shadow here. Yes. Oh, it's blueprints. Amend records. What the hell does that mean? So look, there's the blueprints for our game, filed November 2nd, 1953. And he says in his note that we should, where's his note? Okay, so we're into here, and he said, he's got his written blueprint. And then he says, look at the blueprints, find what Lori's hiding. Okay, so I guess the idea is that these are the blueprints that the brothers filed. And the question is, what are they hiding? What are they hiding? And there's the legend. Inventor Lawrence and Edward Brogue, but they lied. What are they hiding? Okay, so if we compare, they've got the same four figures. Anchor. What does this say? It is weird that, does this say ropes? Like the sailor is missing and has 4 items here. Lab coat. Test tube. Flask. Chalk, cue, and triangle. Star charts, telescope, armory. So all the 3 are the same, but it feels like, is this different? Like here's one thing different, right? It feels like, not it feels like, but has he, maybe he's crossed out ropes. So maybe the 3 bottles are the same. Okay, well, what is he hidden then? Look at the blueprints. Find what Lori's hiding. Okay, what is Lori hiding? What is Lori hiding in his blueprints? We've got the stairs down. We've got the creaky floorboard cards. Stargazer, sailor, scientist, snooker player. What is he hiding? What's the nature of the... What's the nature of this puzzle? Look at the blueprints. Find out what Lori's hiding. I can show you how to get in. What does that mean, what he's hiding? Does it mean that... And then this web thing just says amend records. I'm going to click amend records and see what happens. List new inventor. I guess it just means he's hiding the inventor. This doesn't feel like we're having to find anything. We're just putting Walter's name here. Walter. Oh, it's a brother. He's a brother. He's not just... Walter is their brother. Holy cow, Walter is the brother. I didn't make that connection. Walter Brogue needs to be on this inventor sheet. And that's not it. Oh, yes, that is it. Okay. Wow, Walter is the brother. Okay, let's hit confirm. Okay, so we've added Walter, we've changed the thing, and then he says, all is well, see you in hell. Yikes. That's dark. All is well, see you in hell. And then... And then I guess that's the end of the game. That's his final words. All is well. See you in hell. That's it. Congratulations. You have solved the mystery of the ghost in the attic. And then here's the homicide report. Walter Brogue who lived at Aquarius Street, and the investigating detective was Alice Brooks. Walter Brogue was found dead in his attic with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. Bullet casings on the scene matched a handgun discarded in the backyard. The handgun was found to have fingerprints on it matching those of Eddie and Lawrence Brogue. Lawrence and Edward Brogue visited the DA, and no charges were ever brought against the brothers. The case officially went cold on September 17, 1958. So they killed him. He didn't commit suicide. Did Alice cover it up? I don't know if she covered it up or she just didn't get it. There's the body. That's a weird ending. That's a weird ending. Alice Brooks was one of our questions. Hmm. Hmm. I do not know about this. So let's read how they described Walter. How they describe what happened. So they make the game was going to be just as popular. Things took a turn for the worst. When they needed a name for the game's grumpy ghost, they looked no further than Walter, a grumpy worker at our assembly plant. On April 6th, Walter had been found dead in the attic of his home. Why did we think he committed suicide? Did I just jump to that conclusion? It was the other person that bought the game that was found dead at the foot of the folding ladder. So the other person didn't commit suicide either, just fell off a ladder. I don't know why I jumped to the conclusion about people hanging, having fallen from an attic ladder or stairway. Okay, so everyone's fallen from an attic ladder, but the brother was shot in the stomach. In the chest, what casings? Okay. Well, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and talk about it. If you've joined me for this playthrough, I hope you will stick around a little bit to share your thoughts. I'll try to collect my thoughts. And if you're watching this video after the fact, I'd like to hear your comments. I'd like to hear your thoughts in the comments. But we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and I'll give you my thoughts. All right, we're back. Time to talk about the experience of playing our first mystery agency game called The Ghost in the Attic. Very mixed experience here for this $50 game. Let's see what the chat says. A little discussion about the ending. Why'd they kill him? Why'd the police cover it up? Maybe they didn't cover it up. They recalled the game because the board linked Alice Brooks to the scientist. Brother, that's the best I got. They refer to their brother as a grumpy worker. Very nice production, had its ups and downs, mostly enjoyable. I do think a game of this length needs more of an epilogue. The brothers cut him out of the family business, stole his game, shot him when he complained about not getting credited. I think a board game mystery game was interesting, had a few problems, not sure about the end. Someone shot 2 times, and the police just said, yeah, looks like natural causes, no need to investigate. The game was a bit all over the place. Ending was a bit abrupt. Could have done with an even distribution of storytelling related to solving it. Would have been nice if they could have incorporated those nice game pieces into a puzzle. Delia says, I joined halfway. The game concept seemed to be very interesting. The puzzles were not real puzzles for me. I like the production quality. Walter designed it, showing in his letter proof of his blueprint. The brothers stole the game, cut him out by killing him, and maybe Alice helped by not charging them. Delia says, I played the Balthazar Stone from them. That one seemed more of an escape room in a box, just like this one. The ending was very sudden, like really, that's it. Emmy says, overall, it was a bit weird to me. Everything in or on the board game box should have dated to the 1950s, been part of the game. All the clues to the websites could have come from outside the box. Tony Granat said, enjoyed it. Game needed to say you were allowed to examine all contents of the box. Like the creepy feel, but think there should have been more narrative at the end. Anna says, it would have been cool with more story. Otherwise, puzzle games, not for me. I just enjoy your comedy. Okay, so to me, this game falls into that category of sort of a shame that it missed so many opportunities. I mean, look at this heavy, serious, real board. Look at these pieces, these dice, these characters, all of these little things. None of this serves any real purpose at all. In fact, nothing here is even used in any way. Serves zero purpose. The board serves a tiny little bit of purpose. You could actually try to play this game, but it would be very boring. All of these cards, these were used in one puzzle. 2 puzzles. One was the words that it spells out here, which really wasn't much of a puzzle, but in a way. This actually was the best puzzle of the game, perhaps, where you had a little riddle. You had to find the cards that matched that riddle. But it's an odd situation because the framing of this game, the framing of this story is really, really compelling. Like, I was so excited. We had this cursed board game that they were trying to recover and get rid of every copy of it because it was cursed, and we had the last copy. And we were trying to find why this ghost is trying to haunt people and kill people who buy and play the board game. Very cool idea, and I was very excited about solving the mystery. And then we got stuck for an hour or so trying to solve these puzzles, two of the 4 of which we managed to solve without the items that the game expected us to have. But that required searching the internet and having people in the chat that knew about the internet. And then one of which was so deliberately obtuse and weird and needed information on the envelope, which could have been on the board. The constant use of the internet when it really wasn't needed was a little bit annoying, especially when the game didn't advertise how much of an internet game it was. The materials were of such high quality. This very cool photo that was torn up, this high quality board and pieces. It's just such a shame that it wasn't put to better use. The basic idea of the basic story of a haunted board game that we had the last copy of was, I was so excited about that. And then all of a sudden the game was over and it just revealed to us that Walter was it didn't even barely mention that Walter was the brother. Only by looking at here, it seemed like it was just a story of stealing credit from someone. But I don't understand how they thought, the idea that they could pretend they don't have an adult brother who was working with them, why wouldn't they give him credit? It doesn't make any sense. As a answer to the story, it makes no sense. I mean, obviously the police must have known he was their brother. I don't get it. There's no explanation of why you wouldn't give your brother credit. Why wouldn't he be part of this team? Why would they kill him? I mean, and it would make much more sense if this was some person from their past. They stole his game and they killed him so that they could steal the credit. But they were already an established company. He was working for them. It doesn't make any sense. They stole the game, but they put him in the game and said they named a grumpy ghost after him. That doesn't make any sense. And then the game just ended abruptly. We were like, we were looking at that final page. We were like, okay, what's the finale puzzle going to be? What's missing from this picture that's going to lead us to some basement where we're going to discover lots of evidence? No, you just go to the webpage and you say, add his name to the credits. And then the game's over. Very, very weird. And boy, the possibility for having a scary game, like, I wonder if you could reuse these materials and remake this into a longer, more narratively interesting game. Fantastic components, just wasted, a shame, and a great setup and premise, but a letdown in the actual storytelling. Wouldn't get particularly high ratings from me for an escape room game. We don't always rate these games, but what high production quality to have not a better, longer game. Nelson says, I like the concept. I like the puzzles. Just wondering about the box items. We don't have the tactile feedback of feeling the weight of the wooden box on the... I probably have checked it immediately, but a weird finale. Now you can play the game. When they started using the internet, I thought there might be some sound files. Maybe the brothers are arguing or something. You know... DJ Moneycat says, I really thought at some point we would need to move the pieces around the board to figure something out. I mean, it's such a nice idea. It's such a nice idea about a haunted board game with secrets. All right, well... do we play other games in this series? I'm not sure. I think what we'll do is I think before I buy more games from this company, we will maybe at some point play the puzzle book that they make and see, because that's a $15 book and there's it's substantial, it's got art, it's got story. Let's see how that is. That's on the total other end of the scale, right? This is high production, deluxe components, expensive. Then you go to a book, no components, just story and book. All right, so advice to players, just open the full box, dump it out on the table. Do not resist looking underneath. That was a cluster F that happened to us. Well, thank you for joining me. So Sunday, tomorrow, which is really today, we will read our second letter from Dear Holmes. First letter, very interesting. Lots of interesting theories in the chat about it. You still have time to watch last week's episode. It's only about an hour long. And join me on Sunday at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time for letter number 2. We'll see if our theories of that case hold up. And then after that, you won't see me until Wednesday or Thursday, but then we'll be playing a bunch of games the Friday, Saturday, and so on. Maybe pick up the pace a bit. If you're interested in helping me decide what games to play in October, visit the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link to it on this YouTube page. We also have a Discord. Thank God. I can't say it was all fun. It was mostly fun, some frustration, but I apologize for yelling at those of you in the chat. You did all make it fun and enjoyable. You always do. And I'll see you next time.